Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Sorry for letting you wait so long. No, you did not miss it, Daryl. Welcome everyone. Nice to see you here. Yeah, I scheduled it wrong. I should have scheduled it at an hour later. It was like a mistake by mine. Sorry for that, for keeping you wait that long. But I still hope that some people are still here for the stream. Thank you so much for joining, for the support. Also welcome to all the people in the other chats, like on the Twitch chat and so on. Wish you a fantastic day. And nice to see you there as well. So yeah, welcome Mary, Otaku Senpai, Chetty Lumpkin. In case you're still there, I think it was some time ago that you people were here. And who else did I forget? Storytellers here, welcome as well. The Bionicle fan. Oh yeah, I had to go early. Or is that tomorrow? Be here for a short while. Oh no, that's very unfortunate, the Bionicle fan, sorry. So, who else did I overlook or overread in chat? There was also Max. Well, welcome as well, in case you're still there. I'm a bit sorry that I put in the wrong time. Revolverator also welcome. Silmarillion, nice to see you. Daryl, welcome. I can't sit down, but glad to hear the start. Awesome. Well, this will be available as a VOD, so in case you want to watch it or so later, the possibility will be there. And also Tabuko with the Prime sub, much appreciated. Thank you. On Twitch, also fantastic day to you, and thank you for your generosity. Okay, so another lore Q&A stream. This time I also have the chat here at the side. I hope it holds up and works. It's always pretty nice if people can see what's going on in the YouTube chat, which is, I guess, a main focus here for the stream. But I also have an eye on the other chats, of course. Always a bit worried that the YouTube chat or something breaks, because it really likes to do that. I'm still logged in here in the wrong account. That's a problem. So yeah, hope you people have maybe noticed on the other channel that there were the Galadriel videos up. In case you haven't seen those, I want to watch them. They're available again in all their glory. That were the recent re-uploads. Now I'm running a little bit out of steam when it comes to re-uploads for the channel we might move to at some point. Slowly walking towards some metrics we need for it, but we're still quite far off, especially what subscriber count in context of subscriber counts. Enjoying the Galadriel re-uploads. Nice. That's a good question, Wolverator. So I have already some good lore questions. So the main topic is, of course, Lord of the Rings / Tolkien lore. You can ask questions. I try to answer them. I can often answer a lot, but sometimes I have to do some research. We might look into some book text as well, as always. Only if it was a really good breakfast. I would think the same, to be honest. I don't think they have perfect memory and can remember every detail what happened thousands of years ago, because for that to kind of work, people who were around in this time should simply know things better. Who knows if Tolkien has written something about the memory of the elves and their abilities. Yeah, one thing I forgot also to mention, I think. People asked last time when we said, hey, there's a Patreon and there's also a tip jar link and whatnot. I also now added a Ko-fi, I think that's how you pronounce it, coffee link in the description where you can tip as well in case you want to do this. Don't feel pressure to do, but just letting you know it's there. So yeah, just in case. For the time being. The only thing with the tip jar thing is with the coffee link is I will see it later. So if you do this during a stream, I might not notice for some time that somebody tipped something there. Maybe there's some way, I guess there's some ways to give me a notification or something. But yeah, still much appreciated. Thank you for support, of course. And let us start with questions. I think we could look first. I mean, there were some other questions here in the past of the streaming history thing. But yeah, you can just also copy your questions before you post them, so you can maybe repost them, so you don't have to type them again, because sometimes we will sit here on one question for some time and then we won't get anything done in this regard. For a moment or two when it comes to new questions. So let us, it's a really good question. So Revolverator asks us, let me just put up the question here on screen. It takes a moment for production to, that is me. Okay, that's optimistic on the side of things. So, do we know how good elves' memories are? Like, do they remember what they had for breakfast 6,000 years ago? By Revolverator. It's an interesting question, to be honest. Maybe I can also put your name on top of it so people know who's there. Let us. Where do we start with this? I think the classic locations to look for would be definitely something like a Morgoth Ring. Maybe there's something in There could be something there. Then Nature of Middle-earth could be an idea. You can also think that there's some lines. Like if we just go straight to Lord of the Rings. So there is a chapter, let me just see if I find it. Livestream, the chapter. He says, the voice of Legolas faltered, and the song ceased. I cannot sing anymore, he said. That is but a part, for I have forgotten much. It is long and sad, for it tells how sorrow came upon Lothlorien of the Blossom, when the dwarfs awakened evil in the mountains. So yeah, there in Lothlorien, they're hearing the song. It includes Nimrodel. And Amros. And yeah, clearly it states a bit, and it's a good way for Tolkien to not write this any longer than it has to be in his book, that he simply can say, well, I've forgotten it. So Tolkien definitely used it, and I think elves definitely were able to forget things. I don't think they had perfect memory and remembered basically every detail in the lore. Also, welcome, Mayanan. Nice to see you. They have a trance state that could substitute for sleep, help them with memory. Yeah, potentially. I think, though, in this case, it's another case, though, I think that Tolkien might have had some other ideas. About it later, maybe. There is another let me just try to find it. There's another little quote. So there is in the text, it's one of the more difficult texts of Tolkien. Where is it, chat? It's in it should be in Morgoth's Ring, actually. Yeah, there's the Athrabes, Finrod, Andres, the debate of Finrod and Andres. And this, we find it in Morgoth's Ring. There, Tolkien mentions a great talent for memory among the elves. The elves had, as they said themselves, a great talent for memory, but this tended to regret rather than to joy. For greater than the talent of memory was the elvish talent for making and for discovery. There's another section here. Beyond the end of the world we shall not change, for in memory is our great talent, as we shall be seen ever more clearly as the ages of this as the ages of this Arda pass. A heavy burden to be, a fear, but in the days of which we know speak a great wealth. So in this text, Tolkien kind of states, I mean, this can mean many things. They definitely they potentially were good at memorizing or remembering things, and it was kind of part of their culture, existence in a part, and at the same time, so much that it could become a burden for them to remember such time spans this long and what happened in them and so on and so forth. But I think it's safe to say that they did not know all the details always. Like like Legolas said at this point, that he forgot some details here and there. Kind of an interesting topic. There's another interesting quote in Lord of the Rings. Just checking here through some memory quotes from Lord of the Rings. And just see where I start reading this. Tell me, Legolas, why did I come on this quest? Little did I know where the chief peril lay. Truly, Elrond spoke, saying that we could not foresee what we might meet upon our road. Torment in the dark was the danger that I feared, and it did not hold me back. But I would not have come had I known the danger of light and joy. Now I have taken my worst wound in this parting, even if I were to go this night straight to the Dark Lord. Alas, for Gimli, son of Gloin. This is, as it continues, we just check which chapter it is. It should be, yeah, farewell to Lorien when they leave. Pretty much at the end of it. Nay, said Legolas, alas for us all, and for all that walk the world in these days after, for such is the way of it, to find and lose, as it seems to those whose boat is on a running stream. But I count you blessed, Gimli, son of Gloin, for your loss you suffer of your own free will, and you might have chosen otherwise. But you have not forsaken your companions, and the least reward that you shall have is that the memory of Lothlorien shall remain ever clear and unstained in our heart, and shall neither fade nor grow stale. Maybe, said Gimli, and I thank you for your words. True words, doubtless. Yet all such comfort is cold. Memory is not what the heart desires. That is only a mirror, be it clear as Khalet Zarem. Or so says the heart of Gimli, Gimli the dwarf. Elves may see things otherwise. Indeed, I have heard that for them memory is more like the waking world than to a dream. Not so for dwarves. But let us not talk of it, no more of it. Look to the boat. She is too slow in the water with all this baggage, and the great river is swift. I do not wish to drown my grief in cold water. And so on. So that's when they are leaving. They have this little dialogue about memory. And Gimli hints at that he heard that the memory for elves is more like to the waking world than to a dream. Well, for dwarves, it's, I guess humans as well, it's for mortals, it's not so. Hey, Hexa King, nice to see you. So, in this regard, it's kind of interesting detail. So, I think what Tolkien tries to tell us here in a way that for an elf, the memory of the past is much clearer in his mind. Like Gimli puts it kind of well. It's kind of a dream. It has its structure, its substance, but at some points it gets blurry. And it seems to be a bit different for elves. However, even though I think that elves were, or Tolkien clearly states in other texts that it was better for elves, it seems they were still capable of forgetting things. So there is also maybe a long time lay between it, that also the elven memory gets a bit blurry. But I think their memory is much clearer and sharper than compared to the other free peoples or other folks in Middle-earth and Tolkien's world. There was a question about the Witch King. I have read that one. We come to this in a moment. Gandalf had a bit of patchy memory, but he feels different. Yeah. In case of Gandalf, it's kind of interesting as well. There's a famous quote from Unfinished Tales in this context. In the essay called The Study. Who would go? For they must be mighty peers of Sauron, but must forego might, and clothe themselves in flesh, so as to treat on equality and win the trust of elves and men. But this would imperil them, dimming their wisdom and knowledge, and confusing them with fears, cares, and wearinesses coming from the flesh. This doesn't explicitly mention memory, but wisdom and knowledge is also found in memory, if that makes sense. There's a connection for it, and it is dimmed. That means, though, it is different otherwise, Or it could also mean it is not that strong normally, but it becomes dimmed or stronger dimmed in this e-study form, where they took like the form of old men wandering Middle Earth, of wizards. And for sure their capabilities are far beyond what a mortal is capable, I'm sure of that, but still it is not fully that if they would not be in this diminished form. That would be funny. After we soon catch up later, thanks for talking about my question and enjoy the stream. Yeah, Warrator, I wish you also a fantastic rest of the day. See you later and hope you can catch it up. I can maybe check if I find another detail for this. I just see there's another source, of course, nature of Middle Earth. Let's see if I find it. Will he not remember sounds, and will he not remember things that have been said to him and by him? The answer is yes and no. In the disbodied waiting, he had no language, only thought. Through this interval, all memory of his former life has passed, and it must therefore be reclosed. We will He will, of course, remember sounds and find words to describe those heard long ago, even as he might describe light, colors, or emotions. But, say, the elder language is not sounds. Things said or heard in language are remembered as thought or meanings and must be re-embodied in those modes of expression which at any given time a speaking creature uses without reflection. If an elf found it written down in an ancient book and it would have to be translated or deciphered by reference to the context of remembered scenes in which it occurred, aided by resemblances which it might still possess to other known tongues or periods of tongues. Thus it has come pass that the elder possess much accurate lore concerning the speech sounds used in days long past, but the linguistic memories of the reborn are in other respects only like broken fragments of old books that must be reinterpreted and deciphered by law and reasoning. So Tolkien writes a bit about memories in this text. Note on elvish memory, especially of the reborn and its relation to language. Its knowledge and memory is a text called. Among the several pages of roughly written notes at the end of 1957 manuscript versions A of laws and customs among the elder, it's published in Morgoth's Ring, are two lengthy notes written by contrast in a clear hand, but likewise in a black nib pen concerning, broad speaking, the nature of knowledge and of memory among the elder. The first of these arose as long digression on the opening of the note concerning elvish knowledge or the fate of men that Christopher Tolkien labeled number 2, sparkled by the words supposed or guessed there. I think in this text, because it was in the headline there, Elvish, especially of the reborn and its relation. So Tolkien had the idea that elves were reborn for some time. He abandoned this idea, though, and it's very important to know for this context. The elder holds some things for certain. They therefore know or assert things when the evidence or authority is sufficient for certainty. They judge and have an opinion when the evidence is sufficient to consider with reason or the authority worthy of attention, but incomplete or not compulsive. When the evidence is very incomplete and there is no authority, they suppose or surmise. When the evidence is too incomplete for reasonable inference or is not known, they guess. This last process they do not usually distinguish from feign or pretend. Only in this that guessing implies a wish to know and would use more evidence if that were available. It is intended to correspond as far as possible to fact independent of the guessing mind, whereas feigning refers to primarily to the mind itself and is rather an exercise or amusement of the mind independent of fact. They distinguish all these from Downing. Okay, that goes too much in the wrong direction for our question. The occupation of the embodied mind, awake, are an obstacle to such contacts, lower or higher. They occur, the elders say, most often in sleep, not in dreams. But dreaming and sleeping are to the elves other than to men. In sleep the body may as in men, cease from all activities save those essential to life, such as breathing. I always confuse those, the pronunciation here, whatever. Or it may rest from this or that activity or function, as the fair directs. While it is so, the mind may seek repose also and be utterly quiet, but it may be absorbed in its own activity, thinking, that is, reasoning or remembering, or devising and designing. But these things are at will and of volition. The state that with the elves nearest resembles human dreaming is when the mind is feigning or devising. It is when the mind is quiet and inactive that it most readily receives and perceives contacts from without. It will be seen that by rebirth the memory of things and happenings in the past may be for elder long and abundant and fresh since the waiting does not in their memory occupy time. To an elf that had waited 1,000 years, the events of 1,000 years before should seem by that space the nearer than to one who had not. But this is not complete. Those who had passed through a waiting often desire to forget some or all their past, and they were relieved of the memory of such things. Others, remembering, would not communicate their recollection. There was one matter in which rebirth did not assist their law, though this might be expected to be otherwise. This was the history and law of language and speech and so on. Now Tolkien talks about the memory of speech and sounds and so on. Tolkien goes very lengthy into this specific question, interestingly. The thing is, a big part of this text is if somebody is reborn, how does he remember how languages, how speech works, and what details do they know? It's kind of interesting. Can recommend this chapter. Though it's a bit strange, to be honest, to kind of put it somewhere, because the Tolkien abandoned the idea from rebirth to re-embodiment. So for this, Tolkien kind of had to establish a whole idea surrounding rebirth. But yeah, this goes a bit too far off the question, I think. There's also, this unusual of course, due to the ability to live that long, elves and the possibility of simply having more memory. Which has also distracted already. But yeah, it's like I said, it's a complicated answer. That's another. There was also the mention, I forgot who in chat said this, that might help, said like the elven rest might help them with this. Only Legolas still stepped as lightly as ever. His feet hardly seemed to press the grass, leaving no footprints as he passed. But in the waybread of the elves, he found all this sustenance that he needed, and he could sleep if sleep it could be called by men, resting his mind in the strange paths of elvish dreams, even as he walked open-eyed in the light of this world. And that's also a good point. Elrond could also remember how Thangoro Dream was broken. That's part of the three volcanic-like mountains in front of, what's it called, chat? Angband is the name. It would be, I don't know, somewhere here on the map, north of Doriath. But yeah, and I know it was a very lengthy question to answer, chat. But there are a lot of little snippets. But like I said, or also welcome Adam, by the way. Adam says elves had a good memory for sure, but they're also able to forget things. They're also indications, I think, where also indications that especially in the halls of Mandos, they might want to forget things that happened to them. And further, there's also the idea that, for example, Legolas also admits, yeah, I forgot something. I can't remember. It's not like they read a book 6,000 years ago and they remember every line of it. Hey, Emily, nice to see you. Welcome. So that's kind of the answer, I think. There is the possibility to forget. The memory is really good. Better, or definitely a bit different compared to men and dwarves in this regard. For men, it's more like a dream. For elves, it's more like the waking world. Still, there are some limits to it, it seems. So even an elf can forget something. It's not like they have absolute perfect memory all of the time. Okay, chat, I have to catch up with chat here. What did people write? There was another interesting question we could maybe also discuss a moment. It was, is the Witch King the most powerful that a mortal sorcerer could be? Is there any evidence of other powerful mortal sorcerers in Lord of the Rings? Were any of them good or with a side of good? Yeah, sometimes we have also some old distant memories that we can also would say resummon. If resummon is the right word for it. So I think that's also an interesting question. So maybe we jump to that. There might be other questions which I might have skipped. Just post them again. I hope this answers the question, in case Revolverator is still there. should fit on the screen. Is the Witch King the most powerful that a mortal sorcerer could be? Is there any evidence of other powerful mortal, maybe I delete an L there, sorcerers in the Lord of the Rings? Were any of them good or with a side of good? That's a really good question. Unfortunately, also a very tough one to answer. So out of my head, I don't remember any other sorcerer in the lore of Tolkien that is mortal by nature. And in case of the Witch King, he was also originally mortal, but he was basically kind of turned to an immortal as well, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if somebody in chat can remember a sorcerer. Let's go to the first question. Is the Witch King the most powerful sorcerer a mortal sorcerer could be? I think so, yes. The simple reason is because he also managed to leave mortality behind, thanks to the great ring of power he had. And then he turned into a race. So, in a way, you could argue that no mortal before had access to this kind of power through just wearing a great ring of power when he was still a mortal. And we can even read the famous quote I often read here, or often read it when I talk about the Nazgul. Men proved easier to ensnare. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their days, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. So there's definitely a connection between these 9 rings and some strange sorcerers in ancient days. Question is always how you read this sentence, you know. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their days. They were kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. Or is it those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their days, and through the rings they became kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old? Kind of interesting. Now, I'm reading the quote now that Adam then mentions. And we also know, like, him being in the service of Sauron, the Witch King was able to call the Barrow-wights, for example, to the old thing, to the barrows. Usually that would be like Sauron is the necromancer, not the Witch King. But I think some of these necromancer abilities also the Witch King learned. And I guess with the permission of Sauron, he was able to call some of these spirits to haunt a place. And we know that these Barrow-wights seemed actually quite powerful entities, to be honest. So in this regard, that was definitely an impressive task to do. As a result, the Witch King does a lot of powerful things in the world, and is definitely a force to reckon with. The whole Angmar war story shows it to some degree, but it also shows that he was not completely unbeatable. There were limits to what he could actually do, interestingly, I think. At the end, Angmar was also destroyed, and he was defeated and had to flee from the place. He taunted Earnur, but still, he was defeated at the end. It was not like, okay, with the Witch King, like there's some, like, it's impossible to defeat his armies and the Witch King because of all his Witch King powers he might have. So there's definitely some limitations. I mean, even Sauron was not unbeatable. Sauron was also defeated by Gil-galad, Elendil, and I guess the finisher then came through Isildur. So even like when powerful men and elves come together and fight somebody as powerful as Sauron, also Sauron might also be defeated, or at least, as Tolkien writes, overthrown. Yeah, another thing I also thought about when thinking about him, who else could be there? I also thought about the mouth of Sauron. Wait, might have to look into this guy for a moment. There's some interesting abilities of the sorceress. I'm in the wrong book. From Lord of the Rings, from the Witch King, which is kind of interesting detail, I would call it. Maybe it depends a bit on interpretation, to be fair, but like I said, I don't like no sorcerer who is not one of the great rings of power can become as powerful as the Witch King, because through this he has access to, first of all, it in a way enhances his natural abilities, which Sauron would not have recruited this man if he would not be, if he, in his natural form, without, as a mortal man, without these rings, he would not have been powerful already. Like, why would he recruit or give a ring of power to a weak person? He gives this to a strong person, a phenomenal person, to corrupt him, bring him under his will, and have an increase in this way, like, we can read that the powers enhance the natural powers of the wearer, if that makes sense. Let me just read the quote correctly. From a letter Tolkien wrote, the chief power of all rings was the prevention or slowing of decay, and so on and so forth. But also they enhance the natural powers of a possessor, thus approaching magic, a motif easily corruptible into evil, a lust for domination. Tolkien writes in letter 131, and that's kind of an interesting detail in this regard. There's also something similar that Galadriel says to Frodo in The Lord of the Rings as well. But this is definitely a part of where yeah, for sure. I mean, in the show is different because the rings of, like, when the Nazgul first appeared, The downfall of Numenor is 3,300 Second Age, 3,319. Hey HT, nice to see you. Also interesting question, HT. 3,319 Second Age. And the first appearance of the Nazgul is already 2,251, if that makes sense. So the Nazgul were already transformed, and you could maybe argue that it took some decades for the Nazgul to these men to be transformed into the Nazgul. So at the time, Numenor would be Farazon wasn't even born when the first Nazgul appeared. So it's like Farazon was born 3,118, like I don't know, 1,000 years later. Let me just look up the date because I hate it very much. 100% confident on my date knowledge. 2,251, and Farazon was born like 800 years later or something. So, or 900 years later. Something like that. So there's a long time period between. That's why the show, of course, has to compress time massively in a way. So in this regard, it's really difficult to make it. But definitely Sauron wants to give the ring to those who are powerful. If Earth is still on continent and still lands counted as part of Middle-earth, I would say yes, it is in the Lord of the Rings geography still part of Middle-earth, yes. But it's giving evidence for this will be difficult. So in theory, it's its own continent, but there's also the Darklands, which it seems to be its own continent. But I mean, Harad itself really seems to be part of Middle-earth, to be fair, because it's right below Gondor, and the landmass still continues from there. And there's no geographical obstacle that kind of separates it. But coming back to the Witch King question really quick. So we still have, so the Witch King is, in my opinion, potentially the most powerful. There's not really a statement by Tolkien where he says he's the most powerful. I remember I wanted to show you something that, like, we have the Barrow-wights. How do I find it, chat? We have to go into Lord of the Rings, Appendix A. I think I was already there. Both things I need to show. Spirits. Interestingly, it's not explicitly stated, but it's the most likely thing, I think. In the days of Argeleb II, the plague came into Eriador from the southeast. That's where Sauron lives, interestingly, or where Mordor is. And most of the people of Cardolan perished, especially in Minhiriath. The hobbits and all other peoples suffered greatly, but the plague lessened as it passed northwards, and the northern parts of Arthedain were little affected. It was at this time that an end came to the Dúnedain of Cardolan, and evil spirits out of Angmar and Hrúdawr entered into the deserted mounds and dwelt there. It is said that the mounds of Tyrngorthad, as the Barrow Downs were called of old, are very ancient, and that many were built in the days of the old world of the First Age by the forefathers of the Edain, the Atanatari. before they crossed the Blue Mountains into Beleriand, of which Lindon is all that now remains. Those hills were therefore revered by the Dunedain after their return, and there many of their lords and kings were buried. Some say that the mound in which the ring-bearer was imprisoned had been the grave of the last prince of Cardolan, who fell in the war 1409. In 1974, the power of Angmar arose again. The Witch King came down upon Arthedain before winter was ended. He captured Fornost and drove most of the remaining Dunedain over the Lune, and among them was the sons of the king, but Avedue held out upon the north, blah blah blah. So I think this is the mention in the book of the summoning. Is there, chat, an more explicit statement of how the Witch King summons the Barrow-wights to Cardolan? Some was borrowed powers powerful at all? In a way, you could argue, no. It depends a bit how you define powerful, I think. Like, if you define powerful as purely capable, then the Witch King definitely is capable. However, he is incapable of doing something that Sauron does not want. Like, even if he would get the One Ring, he would be able to give it to Sauron because his own will does not exist anymore, basically. His will is completely in sync with Sauron's will. So in this way, he's not that powerful. He's a slave to Sauron's mind. But when it comes to the definition of purely efficiency or purely capability, then I would say he is very powerful because he can do a lot of things that others simply can't do. Hey, Time Lord guy, nice to see you. As to all, since we're still discussing this question, which might take a moment or two, okay, there's a letter. So we come to your questions, just copy paste them later when we finish the question here, just to there is a note in letter 210. Tolkien answers a couple of questions. They have no great... Leaving the inn at night and running off into the dark is an impossible solution of the difficulties of presentation here, which I can see. It is the last thing that Aragorn would have done. It is based on a misconception of the Black Riders throughout, which I beg thee to consider. Thee is... It's about a film treatment. He writes it to Forrest J. Ackerman. And it has to do with a film treatment and so on and so forth. Mr. Zimmerman is Z. Just to give you the context of this abbreviation. Darkness. Z to reconsider. Their peril is almost entirely due to the unreasoning fear which they inspire, like ghosts. They have no great physical power against the fearless, but what they have, and But what they have and the fear that they inspire is enormously increased in darkness. The Witch King, their leader, is more powerful in all ways than the others, but he must not yet be raised to the stature of Volume 3. There, put in command by Sauron, he is given an added demonic force. That's what Adam is referencing in the chat. Added demonic force. But even in the battle of the Pelennor, the darkness has only just broken. Yes, that's the letter where he rips the script from Zimmerman. It's also kind of interesting. There's another letter I just found. The situation as between Frodo and with the ring and the Eight might be compared to that of a small brave man armed with a devastating weapon faced by 8 savage warriors of great strength and agility armed with poisoned blades. It's not the 9, it's the 8, because at this time the Witch King is already defeated and dead, and Tolkien has a footnote for this. 8 because the Witch King had been reduced to impotence. Just notice this little letter thing here. So back to the question of the Barrow Wights, right? Reader's Companion has a comment on that. Let me just get the Reader's Companion really quick. A bit difficult. And we talk about the Mouth of Sauron in a moment as well. So this question is a very interesting one, but it's unfortunately a very complex one. Let's take some time to page 144. Vonost and Tyrngorthad, the barons, are defended. We know that the Witch King definitely visited the Barrow Wights in a text. And stops them some days. I found the source for it. Thank you, book. Awesome. I'm not sure why they don't give the exact source here, but it doesn't matter. It's Unfinished Tales by himself. It says, let me just read it to you. The Witch King had now clearer understanding of the matter. He had known something of the country long ago in his wars with the Dúnedain, and especially of the Tuirngorthad, the Barrow Downs of Cardolan. Now the Barrow Downs, always when I say that the Tuirngorthad are the Barrow Downs, Tolkien also says these are the Barrow Downs in the next sentence, whose evil wights had been sent there by himself. So that's the source for it. Unfinished Tales, The Hunt for the Ring. There we get the information that in Tolkien's idea they were sent there. And Lord of the Rings does not state this clearly though. Now we go into, since we have this matter here cleared up. Hunt for Gollum by himself, note 19. Tolkien has a note for it. It was the time during the Great Plague, and then, okay, it's just a reference to this here. Not sure where the chat is. Exactly, they were maybe Morgoth. It could be that they are Morgoth worshippers. The hillmen always have like a bad reputation in Tolkien's world. So that is one thing I wanted to read when it comes to the abilities of the Witch King. So the Witch King himself sent these spirits there, which is kind of an interesting detail. There's another quote which is not easy to find. Can't find it, chat. That's a problem. Now I have to search for it for longer than I hoped I would search for it. Always difficult to find stuff, chat. Cold arm it is. Okay, I found it. But the snowmen were uneasy, for they said that they smelled danger in the wind. And the chief of the Lossos said to Arvedui, "Do not mount on the sea monster," the ship that was coming to pick up Arvedui and leave with the Silmarilli. "If they have them, let the seamen bring us food and other things that we need, and you may stay here till the Witch King goes home. For in summer his power wanes, but now his breath is deadly, and his cold arm is long." There we learn that the Witch King's power wanes in summer when there's less dark. Like we read in the letter that the Nazgul are more powerful at night, including the Witch King. And yet the Council of the Losses was good by chance or by foresight, for the ship had not reached the open sea when a great storm of wind arose and came with blinding snow out of the north. That is where the Witch King lives. And it drove the ship back upon the ice and piled ice up against it. Even the mariners of Círdan were helpless, and in the night the ice crushed the hull, and the ship foundered. So perished Arvedui, last king, and with him the Palantiri were buried in the sea. It was long afterwards that news of the shipwreck of Forohel was learned from the snowman. So it's kind of interesting that suddenly, I don't know, a snowstorm comes up when they come, and they also said, "But now is his breath dead, and his cold arm is long." Kind of an interesting thing to interpret things, that the arm of the Witch King can reach out and it's kind of cold. So they associate it with cold and so on. It's kind of interesting that in summer his power wanes. Interesting details by the snowmen of Forohel, the Lossoth, in this chapter here in Appendix A. Hard to tell if they have magic. In of itself, I'm not sure how dwarves do magic things, to be honest. They definitely have access to the idea of magic things to make, but it's hard to tell if it has to do with their runes. I don't think so. Because, I mean, it's possible, I guess. They learned it from the elf at some point. But maybe they had abilities in this direction before. Maybe learn something from Aule. Who knows? Okay, so that is another interesting power of the Witch King. And I think there is no other sorcerer. Like, the Witch King, when it comes to some of these feats he's doing here. Hey, the amazing bad boy, nice to see you. Have a good morning, I would say. Or almost, I don't know, noon. No, the letters, the kirs, the runes they have, were originally developed by Dairon, and it was an elvish writing system. And they thought by the elves when they had contact with them in the First Age, and thought, oh, we should use those because it's easier to carve those in stone and metal things, which was more difficult for the delicate Tengwar letters the elves had. But both writing systems that we know of in Tolkien's universe are elvish in nature. And here is developed by the legendary Dairon. So, coming back to this question finally here. we have also the Mouse of Sauron. That's a really good question, I think. I had a question when he was first there. There was a question in the past. So we have another sorcerer, of course, in the service of Sauron. Interestingly, and in the chapter, the Black Gate opens. The Black Gate opens. It's Black Gate opens. Let me see if I find it. Oh. And we can read the following thing here. Let me just read it. And thereupon the door of the Black Gate was thrown open with a great clang. Out of it there came an embassy from the Dark Tower. Embassy from the Dark Tower, yes. At its head there rode a tall and evil shape mounted upon a black horse, if horse it was, for it was huge and hideous, and its face was a frightful mask, more like a skull than a living head. And in the sockets of its eyes and its nostrils there burned a flame. The rider was robed all in black, and black was his lofty helm. Yet this was no ring race, but a living man. The lieutenant of the Tower of Barad-dûr he was, and his name is remembered in no tale, for he himself had forgotten it. And he said, I am the Mouse of Sauron, but it is told that he was a renegade who came of the race of those that are named the Black Numenoreans, for they established their dwellings in Middle-earth during the years of Sauron's domination, and they worshipped him, being enamored of evil knowledge. Enamored? Let me just look up the pronunciation. Always look it up. Enamored. Something like this. Of evil knowledge. And he entered the service of the Dark Tower when it was first rose again. This is a complicated matter because this might... He's not thousands of years old. That is, I think, difficult to interpret. What Tolkien means with when it first rose again the last time, which is he's still old, but not that old. And because of his cunning, he grew ever higher in the Lord's favor, and he learned great sorcery and knew much of the mind of Sauron, and he was more cruel than any orc. It was now he rode out, and with him came only a small company of black harnessed soldiery, and a single banner, black, but bearing on it in red the evil eye. Now halting a few paces before the captains of the West, he looked them up and down and laughed. Yeah, there could be definitely some mix with the Mouth of Sauron stuff. The I could also maybe show like a screenshot of stuff here and there, but finding all the stuff is always, as you know, difficult is I think the right word. This is how Peter Jackson interprets the Mouth of Sauron here. That is this figure. I make it other people's. Thank you for the correction. Not blinded fool, welcome. Yeah, the awakening of Durin definitely is. There's a reference that kind of contradicts the timeline a little bit. You are actually right, the amazing bad boy. So where was I? Yeah. So we only know, all we know is we don't know much about the Mouth of Sauron. It's just very few lines we have, and we can only speculate quite a bit. We only know that he learned great sorcery and knew much of the minds of Sauron, and he was more cruel than any orc. That's basically all there is to know about his sorcery abilities. So maybe that is the only other character I can think of to come back to this original question, which is really difficult to answer, who might be as powerful. Maybe more powerful, but I don't think so. The reason is he does not have one of the rings of power. So he is really just a mortal man. The Witch King became, through the ring of power, immortal. So he has the time, he has the enhancement of his abilities through the ring, and so on and so forth. And he's also very high in the command of Sauron in this regard. Even, like, the Mouth of Sauron is somebody who is always kind of close to Sauron, in a way. He's in Barad-dûr, that's where he lives, I guess. And the Witch King got his own realm, so to say. He was allowed to potentially, I'm not sure if I guess he was allowed to form the realm of Angmar, and he was also then later given Minas Morgul that he took for his own. So it's kind of definitely a difference. Like the Witch King is a whole different, in my opinion, it's still on a different level because of the ring, because he is a very active entity of Sauron who goes outside and does things for Sauron. The Witch King projects the power of Sauron elsewhere. That's his task, kind of. And as such, he has more access to the power of Sauron, if that makes sense. But as a result, he has definitely less of he does not have his own will, the Witch King. The Witch King is 100% loyal to Sauron. He's incapable of betraying Sauron because Sauron's will is overpowering him so much that it basically destroyed any of his own ambitions that might have ever existed. Yeah, there's not much detail about the dwarf magic stuff. I would love to give you more context, but there's not. So I hope this kind of answers the question. Beyond that, I don't know any other sorcerer as powerful that is immortal. Like, the Mouth of Sauron is, I think, the only answer of another entity that is comparable to the Witch King in some force, that also has some sorcery power that I can think of. There are, of course, magic, like in letter, I forgot which letter it is, number-wise. About the blue wizards, it is letter number 211. There, Tolkien talks about what success the blue wizards had. I do not know, but I fear that they failed, as Saruman did, though doubtless in different ways, and I suspect they were founders or beginners of secret cults and magic traditions that outlasted the fall of Sauron. So maybe among the, like, it's hard to tell if they were. It seems like they were independent of Sauron, and if that makes sense, they've had in this idea that Tolkien once had, 1958 or whenever he wrote this letter, and later Tolkien changed his mind, of course, of this. Like, this is not the final version, but in this, let's keep this idea for a moment in our mind. Then they formed secret cults and magic traditions independent of Sauron, maybe also to do good things with that. It's not clear what exactly they did with these magic traditions and cults. They just failed in their original task. That's what Tolkien is saying here. So there might be among those also some sorcerers in the Far East or wherever they went, with the magic traditions and secret cults and so on. Who knows? If that's positive or negative, we don't know. Tolkien writes nothing about those. That's the only other example. And maybe they could be good, but otherwise the sorcerers in Tolkien's world seem to be always in the fellowship of Sauron, so are kind of connected to Sauron in a way. So that makes I don't know any good sorcerer except the wizards, but the wizards are not mortal men. They are also mortal Ainur. Maiar. So angels of lower rank, the classic thing, just in disguise and diminished their actual power to become these old men, these wizards. But beyond those, we do not really know about any other sorcerer. It's a very interesting, complex question. So I try to give you really an overview of what the Witch King can do, what are these feats, where does this power come from. We discussed this quite a bit, that it comes definitely from Sauron. The ring gives him an edge towards any other sorcerer because it makes him immortal and it enhances his power, and in the ring, in a magical way, of course. And he can do things. Yeah, Otaku-senpai. Yeah, the writings, the later writing that Tolkien, this is letter writing from 1958, here that I just read about the magic cults and secret cults and magic traditions, is definitely retconned later by Tolkien, where he says that the blue wizards went to the east. They caused dissension and disarray, and they were successful in what they did because otherwise the forces of the East would have outnumbered the West. And they prevented this from happening. So in this version, they do not form secret cults and magic traditions. In the last writing about the blue wizards Tolkien ever created, they were successful. So he completely 180'd on this text here, so to say. So how canon this is, difficult to say, but just to put it as a thought in the room, that there might be nice sorcerers, somewhat nice or neutral sorcerers in the world as well. In Tolkien's idea is always if you get this magic power, it could be part of the machine, so a shortcut to power in a way like the rings were and so on, to become powerful and so on. And this, Tolkien writes it also in his letter, is a motif that can be easily be corrupted into evil. That's a very common theme in Tolkien's world. So I guess if you become a powerful entity as a mortal man, the possibility of you getting corrupted by this power in Tolkien's universe, in Tolkien's mind, quite high, which makes sense, I think. Do you think Radagast probably taught a few things to Beorn? It's hard to tell. I mean, yeah, I guess it's possible. So all we know about their meeting, just to cover this really shortly, like in The Hobbit, there's Radagast is mentioned one time in The Hobbit, and there's a cousin of Gandalf says it's his cousin. That is Mr. Baggins, a hobbit of good family and unimpeachable reputation, said Gandalf. Bilbo bowed. He had no hat to take off and was painfully conscious of his many missing buttons. I am a wizard, continued Gandalf. I have heard of you if you have not heard of me, but perhaps you have heard of my good cousin Radagast, who lives near the southern borders of Mirkwood. Yes, not a bad fellow as wizards go, I believe. I used to see him now and again, said Beorn. So he knows about Radagast. He says, yeah, it's a nice guy, in a Beorn way, I guess. And he also said, I used to see him now and again. I mean, this see him now and again is a very loose thing, so I don't read out of this that they hang out a lot and Radagast taught him something or whatever. But I guess it's not impossible that they have met, that they have talked in some way about the nature of their being or something. It might be that they have a brief conversation about this, might be possible. But it's not like they go bowling every week. Well, they are going to pass that sweet Shire pipe too. Okay, so that was a long answer, chat. Sorry for... I hope it was interesting, because I really like these kind of questions. They are very fun to discuss. We have a question in Twitch chat as well. I'm not sure if HD is still there, or if you've given up already. So what were there other questions? Were there other questions that came before that I should answer there before? And we had the question about dwarven runes, like the Kirs is originally an Elvish writing system. We answered that already. In their origin, I'm not sure how dwarven magic works. I think there's not much about this idea. They must have had some ability to create these fantastic artifacts. Yeah, the John Boorman adaptation is also kind of absolutely wild. Thank you, much appreciated. The problem is if you dive so deep into every question, you can only answer like 3 questions every stream, and the people who post their question have to wait for like an hour for me to answer it, or longer. That's a bit unfortunate. There's also a question, is it possible that the Barrow-wights were spirits of evil men? I thought it was impossible for men to refuse the summons of Mandos, but everyone seems to... There's a case of Gorlim, who was able to not... He was not summoned by Mandos in some way, or he refused it. It's not 100% clear to me, but he remained as a spirit in the world, so this idea definitely exists of spirits of men. Same you could argue for spirits of elves in the world. Kind of a weird special case, I think. There must be some way for this to be possible because these spirits exist. I mean, it could also be weak Ainur or something like this. Fallen, Maiar, whatever. There are some ways, I guess, for this to work. But there's definitely the possibility, if that makes sense. Also, I mean, that's kind of a special case as well. The oath breakers we have. So there are some possibilities. Like Tolkien liked the idea of wights and ghosts and spirits and phantoms in his world. So though those exist, at least in the Silmarillion and so on. I mean, also in Lord of the Rings. But you get the point. The oath breakers, like, yeah, they broke their oaths, as their name suggests, and Eru accepted their oaths, and as a result, they had to face the consequences for breaking an oath. And Eru was invoked. Yeah, there's also Druidine magic. There are also some interesting things happening there. I got that most powerful. Excuse me, I just sneeze and to mute myself. I'm back. So then we go to this to HD's question. I'm not sure if HD is still there. Like I said, it always takes in these lore streams a long time to get to the next question. For that I also have to look in a specific detail, actually. Production, working on it. So this question comes not from YouTube chat, but from Twitch chat, which I appreciate a lot. So HD556 asks, in the first age, what specific event caused Morgoth to permanently lose much of his innate divine power, ultimately leading to his inability to take on fair or unclad forms, and how is this loss of power reflected in his later actions in Beleriand? That's also a good question, to be honest, but also not that easy to answer, I think. So let us start with the kind of premise with this. We have to go, I guess, check the Silmarillion for it. A darkening of Valinor. There we have. Thereafter, the watch was redoubled along the northern fences of Aman, but to no purpose. For I ever the pursuit set out Melkor had turned back, and in secrecy passed away far to the south. For he was as one of the Valar, and could change his form or walk unclad, and could his brethren. So, for he was yet as one of the Valar, and could change his form or walk unclad, as could his brethren, though that power he was soon to lose forever. Interestingly. So the power to change his form, he lost kind of after this. And then later in the text, now Melkor came to Avathar and sought her out, Ungoliant, and he put on again the form that he had worn as the tyrant of Utumno, a dark lord, tall and terrible. In that form he remained ever after. There in the black shadows beyond the sight of even of Manwë in his highest halls, Melkor with Ungoliant plotted his revenge. Let me see. I just have to look for it. Give you the correct quote here. Okay, so there is another very infamous or legendary text in the Nature of Middle-earth, published originally in the, I think, Vinyar Tengwa, called Osanwe Kenta. We talk often about it, and it has some interesting information in it as well. Among many things that are written there, this here's also written. Nonetheless, it appears to be an axiom, or maybe necessary consequent, that if they are done, Then the spirit must dwell in... Okay, we have to start the sentence a bit earlier, I think. Here, Pengalos adds a long note on the use of Hroar by the Valar. So Hroar is the body. Fea is the spirit. Hroar would be the body, which is called different for the Valar, I think. In brief, he says that though in origin a self-arraying, it may tend to approach a state of incarnation, especially with lesser members of that order, the Maiar. It is said that the longer and the more the same Hroar is used, the same body is used, the greater is the bond of habit, and the less do the self-arrayed desire to leave it. As raiment may soon cease to be adornment. Let me read again. As raiment may soon cease to be adornment and becomes, as is said in the tongues of both elves and men, a habit, a customary garb. Or if among elves and men it be worn to mitigate heat or cold, it soon makes the clad bodiless, able to endure these things when naked. Pengalos also cites, Pengalos is like a lawmaster, cites of Gondolin, cites the opinion that if a spirit that is one of those not embodied by creation uses a Hroar for the furtherance of its personal purposes, or still more for the enjoyment of bodily factualities, eating and drinking, for example, it finds increasingly difficult to operate without the Hroar, without the body. The things that are most binding are those that in the incarnate have to do with the life of the Hroar itself, its sustenance and its propagation. Thus, here comes an example, thus eating and drinking are binding, but not the delight in beauty of sound or form. OBS had a disconnect. Disconnect. Question is, am I still there, chat? Can you still hear me? We hear you. Okay, YouTube still hears me. That's good. Okay, let me just fix this. We continue the reading in a moment. Just give you an ad break or something in the meantime. Oh, that's strange. My internet is working. Okay, Twitch reloads. It was like a Twitch hiccup, I think. Test. I tried to restart the Twitch stream. Sorry for the inconvenience here, chat. Kind of strange. Kind of OBS said, yeah, you are disconnected. I should still stream to YouTube, as said. Failed to connect to the server. So Twitch might be offline. Well, that's a bit unfortunate, chat. For a moment, I couldn't even load the Twitch page, strangely enough. And now, if I click on start streaming, it says can't connect. Okay, now it picks up again. Okay, I think Twitch should be back. Okay, we are back. Awesome. So sorry for the inconvenience here. We had the ad breaks. I just said, well, it's a good opportunity because I have to fix this really quick or just look into it for a moment. So maybe a good idea to run often off YouTube recommended ad break in the middle. So we have this. I hope you're all back, chat, on Twitch and YouTube and so on. Everything works again. Fine. So, where was I? I was on Sanwa Kenta. We read about the body of the Vala and learn a lot of interesting details that Tolkien thought about this. It's working. Nice. Thank you, Light Blinded Fool. Much appreciated. Okay, so where was I? Which sentence? Incanate have to do with their life? Oh, no, most binding. I think it was here somewhere, right? So the things that are most binding are those that in the incarnate have to do with life of the Hroar itself, its sustenance and its propagation. Thus, eating and drinking are binding, but not the delight of beauty, the delight in beauty of sound or form. Most binding is begetting or conceiving. The example here would be Melian the Maiar. On the binding nature of the use of those not permanently incarnate of a body for bodily pleasures, see body and spirit, and so on, is the footnote here. So that's about Melian, because Melian was one of the Ainur, so a Maiar, and she also she had a daughter with King Thingol, which is no other than Luthien, and as a result, she was definitely bound to her form. However, begetting or conceiving. So we do not know the Aksani laws, rules as primary proceeding from Eru that were laid down upon the Valar with particular reference to their state, but it seems clear that there was no Aksan against these things. Nonetheless, it appears to be an Aksan, or maybe necessary consequence, that if they are done, then the spirit must dwell in the body that it used and be under the same necessities as an incarnate. The only case that is known in the history of the Eldar is that of Melian, who became the spouse of King Ilúthingol. This certainly was not evil or against the will of Eru, and thought it led to sorrow. Both elves and men were enriched. The great Valar do not do these things. They beget not, neither do they eat and drink, save the high Asari festivals, in token of their lordship and indwelling of Arda, and for the blessing of the sustenance of the children. So Melian was not one of the Valar, of course, but a Maya, and as a result, yeah, she definitely became quite incarnate due to having a child with Thingol. Like I said, it was not considered evil or against the will of Eru or anything, and even though Tolkien even says, even though it led to sorrow, of course it did, both elves and men were enriched by it. So Tolkien definitely sees here more the positive elements. And then, yeah, there are the great Valar do not do these things. They are not beget. In early versions, all the Valar had actually children. So in the Book of Lost Tales and so on, Tolkien changed this idea later on, and to the point here in the not in the Silmarillion, but here in this text from, I'm not sure when he wrote it, I think in the late 50s, right? 59 to 1960, yeah. So 50s, 60s. Tolkien had changed his mind and the metaphysical aspect of his world quite a bit, and reworked them many times. So here in this point, he clearly states that no, the Valar do not have children. The great Valar do not do these things. They beget not, neither do they eat and drink, save at the high Asari festivals, in token of the lordship and indwelling of Arda, and for the blessing of the sustenance of the children. So elves and so on. Melkor alone of the great became at last bound to a bodily form, but that was because of the use that he made of this in his purpose to become lord of the incarnate, and of the great evils that he did in the visible body. Also, he had dissipated his native powers in the control of his agents and servants, so that he became in the end, in himself and without their support, a weakened thing, consumed by hate and unable to restore himself from the state into which he had fallen. Even his visible form he could no longer master, so that its hideousness could not any longer be masked, and it showed forth the evil of his mind. So it was also with even some of his greatest servants, as in these later days we see, they became wedded to the forms of their evil deeds, and if these bodies were taken from them or destroyed, they were nullified until they had rebuilt the semblance of their former habitations, with which they could continue the evil causes in which they had become fixed. Footnote 5. Pengalos here evidently refers to Sauron in particular, from whose arising he fled at last for Middle-earth, but the first destruction of the bodily form of Sauron was recorded in the history of the Elder Days in the Lie of Lathian. It's complicated, to be honest. As also footnote 9. This is perhaps a reference to the 1925 to 31 Lie of Lathian, where it is said that Sauron, then called Thu, escaped from Huan as a vampire shape with pinions vast, though leaving behind a wolfish corpse. In the published Silmarillion, however, it is plain that Sauron yields to Luthien and is let loose by Huan in order to avoid his bodily destruction. So this kind of changes here a little bit. Tolkien references here. Kind of interesting to see as well. So this was a very long read, or quote from the text here, to kind of dive deep into the idea of the bodily form of Sauron, of Morgoth. Oh Gott, wo kommt das denn her? Sorry, I just opened a window and there's a sound played and it kind of surprised me. I have no idea how this window opened, to be honest. Strange. It just is an interesting detail here. Another one. And it is published in the Tale of Adanel, which is also Morgoth's ring, if I remember correctly. No, I'm pretty sure it's there. So yeah, the Tale of Adanel. That's lightning expanded. It's complicated to put this into because it contradicts the Silmarillion in some ways, and especially what we just read in some ways. But there is actually some consistency behind it if you think it differently. Then one appeared among us in our own form, visible, but greater and more beautiful, and he said that he had come out of pity. Ye should not have been left alone and uninstructed, he said. The world is full of marvelous riches which knowledge can unlock. Yet ye could have food more abundant and more delicious than the poor things that ye now eat. Ye should have dwellings for ease, in which ye could keep light and shut out the night. Ye could be clad even as I. He was clad in raiment that shone like silver and gold, and he had a crown on his head and gems in his hair. If you wish to be like me, he said, I will teach you. Then we took him as teacher. So the context of this text is the awakening of men, and then Morgos comes to them and kind of tries to corrupts them, bring them on his side. There's some other details that we can read, like a voice and so on. And yeah, that is the so-called Tale of Adarnell. And you could say, how does this fit into the Silmarillion? And the answer is Tolkien tried to move the awakening of men in his mind back into the past, so into the years of the trees, and kind of ignore this creation of sun and moon story and then the men awoke idea. He wanted to move it back thousands of years, closer to the awakening of the elves. And one potential reason is to connect that orcs could be not from elves in origin, but could be from men in origin. And for this, men's awakening had to be moved very close to the elves. So they still awoke after the elves, but much closer to them as the second-born, so to say. And I think somewhere in this idea, the tale of Adarnell, this tale that we can read here, come into place. So when the men first awoke, they heard a voice. That was a voice of Eru, and it was very vague. And then suddenly someone appeared there in our own form, visible, but greater and more beautiful, and so on. This is the one instance where Morgos/Melkor could still change his form. Because from the other text that we read there, the Silmarillion text and so on, is we can read that at the time he allied with Ungoliant and destroyed the 2 trees of Valinor, which was, 50 years before the sun and moon were created, I think. Maybe a bit longer, but something like that. I have to look up the chronology. I don't want to tell you wrong stuff here, but timetable is usually not my strength. I can tell you this. Yeah, it's if we take the classic timeline 50 years before the sun is created. So 1495 years of the trees, 1495. 1500 is the creation of sun and moon roundabout. There are 5 Valian years, but not solar years, and 1 Valian year are round about 10 years or 581 or something like that. So round about 10. There are other versions where it's 144 years, so it's complicated, but in this timeline where these dates exist in Tolkien's mind, it was around 10 years, a Valian year. So keep this in mind. And yeah, this text now contradicts, because at this time when men awoke, that was at the year 1500, the 2 trees were already destroyed. And as we read here in the Silmarillion, the text, he was then locked into his bodily form due to the great evil deeds he did. So coming back to the question of HD 556. First stage, what specific event caused Morgos to permanently lose much of his innate divine power, ultimately leading to his inability to take other forms? So I think it's a bit complicated in this regard because it was potentially things he did even before the First Age. Like, I think what started to lock him in quite a bit already, but not fully, was when he destroyed the two lamps originally, and this time he tried to mar Arda. So after that, we talk of Arda marred, and he put his power into the world itself, so that the world itself, Arda itself, became his ring, the ring of Morgoth, so to say, the one ring of Morgoth. Just that it's not just a tiny object, that the world itself. And he spread his power, and then he created. This is where it started, putting his power into the world. And then he spread it also among his servants, which became more and more, and his power spread out even more. We read this line also in Morgoth's Ring, where Tolkien explicitly says, due to his spreading his power into his servants, he himself, or the power that was focused in himself, diminished further and further. And then we came, after a long time of spreading his power, to this point where he wanted to destroy the two trees of Valinor, Years of the Trees 495. And this event seems to have locked him out of the power to change his physical form. So it was right. I think it's not a specific event, but it's a couple of events that led to it. It's a long process, if that makes sense. I hope this answers your question. I'm not sure if you're still in chat, but I definitely answered it. I'm a bit sorry, HD, that it took so long to come to your question, because it's a really cool question. I like it a lot. I hope, Otaku Senpai, have a good one. Enjoy your supper. So yeah, it took a moment or two to answer the question. I'm a bit sorry for that, but it's a really cool question. Unfortunately, a highly complex question, chat. As a result, it's very difficult to answer this in a few sentences. You know, I really try to give you a very deep dive into the potential answer to this. So the question is, chat, what are we going to ask next? So I'm going to snack on him, maybe. I mean, Ungoliant tried to snack. Definitely tried to snack Morgoth at some point. I did not want to give Morgoth the Morgoth refused to give her the Silmarillion, as he promised, to be fair. So the next question, chat, is I'm tired. Timelord also had a few questions. Timelord, if you're still there. I'm not sure if I overlooked a question. Feel free to repost them. But that I would leave it here with answering this question. It was a really good question. Unfortunately, also difficult, really tough one to answer. but I tried my best. So I hope it was interesting. Sometimes my little image here is flickering. I don't know why that is. I hope it's okay for you people. Pretty strange. Can't tell you what causes it. Always wondering when the chat is so silent that something is wrong with chat. Sometimes it happens that chat is not scrolling up again, but it seems like chat really is silent. I just refreshed my page here. So we don't have any questions. We have to come up with our own topic, I think. We talked briefly about Radagast teaching Bjorn a little bit. I see this question. Yeah, there are tough questions, you know. There's a lot of things you have to kind of encompass for it. And we can look into Time Lord's question. He asked, I have a question. Do dwarf runes have any magic? It's a really good question, Time Lord, to be fair. I'm not sure if I'm able to answer it, if I'm completely honest, because there's simply not much going on, but I guess we take your question when there's no other question. I mean, you asked it, and we briefly talked about it already, or hinted at it. Oh, I formatted this wrong. Sorry, Time Lord guy. Not sure if you're still there. So, do the dwarf runes have any magic of any kind? It's an interesting question, because in Tolkien's world, often what has magic is a power of word, of the spoken word or song. Like if you think about our good old friend Finrod. Let me see if I find a good artwork of him. By Jenny Dolphin. That's how she wants to be pronounced, I think. So shout outs to Jenny Dolphin. Check out her. Also has an Instagram, Patreon, and so on. Check links. Every link of the artists are always in the description. Shout outs to all of them. And there's another cool artwork of him, which I really like, by Sara Morello, which is, I think, one of the newer ones. However, the point. That's one I really like, to be honest. So shout outs to Sara Morello. Unfortunately, I don't have one without the watermark in it. But I think you still get the point. It's a beautiful artwork, I think, by her. Very, very nice. If anybody asks, no, it's not AI. So yes, he had his magic duel with Sauron in the First Age. It's really hard to see on the map. I would have to zoom in quite a bit, but zooming on in OBS on this map is really difficult. So you have to deal with that. But there's the river Sirion, and there's Tol Sirion. There's a little isle in the river, so to say. And on this there was a tower, and that Sauron took, and Finrod was there later with Beren and so on, and he had to duel Sauron in a battle of songs, so to say, a magical song. So the word in Tolkien's I always think the same thing when you're quiet for ages. Me? Now, my fears when I'm quiet for ages is that I'm that I mute myself because I eat a snack and forget to unmute myself, or something like that. But yeah, still, it's somewhere there on the map, and it is interesting that Tolkien, like, the world was sung into existence, kind of. Well, there was a music created, and the Eru made the music, the Ainur created with Eru together, kind of become reality. That is the Ainur Lindale, the music of the Ainur, and the creation of the world in which Tolkien plays. So music there plays an important role, and it's something very special, a special gift to men, you could even say, that they also can produce their own music. In this regard, it seems in Tolkien's world, words have power, or can hold power. We have this often. An interesting section. Let me try to find it really quick. Lord of the Rings, when Frodo, it should be in the chapter Flight to the Ford, I think. Let me see if I find it. Of course I don't find it. Yeah. So is this the right chapter? Yeah, it's Flight to the Fort. Just have to find it really quick. Suddenly the foremost rider spurred his horse forward. It checked at the water and reared up. With great effort, Frodo sat upright and brandished his sword. "Go back," he cried. "Go back to the land of Mordor and follow me no more." His voice sounded thin and shrill in his own ears. The riders halted, but Frodo had not the power of Bombadil. His enemies laughed at him with a harsh and chilling laughter. So it's kind of interesting that he compares this to his sound. His voice are thin and shrill. There was no power, maybe no authority behind it, and the enemies just laughed at him. Even though he made a really good effort there, and he kind of understood that the power of the word means something in Tolkien's in his world, in Tolkien's world. Let me see if we find the so we have, I don't know, we have Tom Bombadil as a good example, that he says things and things just happen, kind of. I know the tune for him. Old grey willow man, I'll freeze his marrow cold if he don't behave himself. I'll sing his roots off. I'll sing a wind up and blow leaf and branch away. Old man willow. And then he put his mouth in the crack and began singing into it in a low voice. They could not catch the words, but evidently Merry was aroused. His legs began to kick. Tom sprang away and, breaking off a hanging branch, smote the side of the willow with it. You let him out again, old willow, he said. What be you thinking of? You should be not waking. Eat earth, dig deep, drink water, go to sleep. Bombadil is talking. He then seized Merry's feet and drew him out of the suddenly widening crack, and so on. So, yeah, we know the Tom Bombadil sections are all in and out, I think, but it's there are multiple examples simply of that. That's kind of the point I wanted to make. You know, Tom Bombadil is maybe an extreme example. But also we have you cannot pass. The dark fire will not avail you, flame of Udun. Go back to the shadow. You cannot pass. So kind of interesting that the word always has the power. I'm not sure, because that is the thing. I don't. The question is the following: we have the word, but what about we have the spoken word and the song, but what about the written word? And there is another thing here, where we have to Let me just see if I have a note for this. Of course, I did not find it. Flight to the Fort, it should be, chat. I hope it's the right chapter. Again, chapter we read quite a bit. Okay, there it is. Glorfindel is also introduced in this chapter. The flight to the fort, he meets the Fellowship when they are escaping. In the films, of course, we have Arwen appear there instead of Glorfindel. Let me just see the screenshot. So we have a bit of production when we talk about something completely different. There she comes in the light from the horse Asphalos, which is the horse of Glorfindel. And yeah, they meet. Glorfindel meets with the Fellowship. And when Frodo is stabbed, they show him the hilt. My master is sick and wounded, said Sim angrily. He cannot go on riding after nightfall. He needs rest. Glorfindel caught Frodo as he sank to the ground, and taking him gently in his arms, he looked in his face with grave anxiety. Briefly Strider told of the attack on their camp under the weathertop, and of the deadly knife. He drew out the hilt which she had kept, and handed it to the elf. Glorfindel shuddered as he took it, but he looked intently at it. There are evil things written on this hilt, he said, though maybe your eyes cannot see them. Like Glorfindel saw the light of the two trees, he is from Aman as well. He's very powerful, and it seems like this indicates that he can see the unseen. There are evil things written on this hilt, he said, though maybe your eyes cannot see them. Keep it, Aragorn, till we reach the house of Elrond, but be wary, handle it as little as you may. Alas, the wounds of this weapon are beyond my skill to heal. I will do what I can, but all the more do I urge you now to go on without rest. He searched the wound on Frodo's shoulder with his fingers, and his face grew graver, as if what he learned disquieted him. But Frodo felt the chill lessen in his side and arm. A little warmth crept down from his shoulder to his hand, and the pain grew easier. The dusk of evening seemed to grow lighter about him, as if a cold had been withdrawn. He saw his friends' faces more clearly again, and a measure of new hope and strength returned. You shall ride on my horse, said Glorfindel. It's also an interesting detail. I will shorten the stirrups and the saddle skirts, and you must sit as tight as you can. But you need not fear. My horse will not let any rider fall that I command him to bear. His pace is light and smooth, and if danger presses too near, he will bear you away with a speed that even... What's the line? That even the black steeds of the enemy cannot rival. So, classic quote there. There we have an indicator, I think, that there's also evil things written on something in letters unseen. I'm sure, chat, if you can think of... There's another object, a very famous object in Lord of the Rings that also has letters kind of unseen for the most part on it, which is a one ring itself, of course. Let me see. Here's the legendary screenshot. Here we see it as well. So when I think you can definitely make an argument that when you have something, if the word itself in the world can have power and authority to change the world to be magical, supernatural, even in a way, same with song and music. It seems also Tolkien indicates with some of these examples, though in these cases they're all evil examples, that when something is written, also this can have a magical effect. Oh, Birchman, nice to see you. Hope Twitch stream runs smoothly again. We had some hiccups here a moment ago. Long time no see. Wish you a fantastic night, evening, whatever time. It is right now, but yeah, nice to see you, Birchman. We're currently discussing the question. Where is
impressive.
It? Yes, it is impressive. The question, do dwarf runes have any magic of any kind? So I think I would personally say that the writing system does not matter for magic. I think it's the words, the intent, and the authority of the person who put it on it, and maybe the knowledge, understanding. Yeah, definitely long time no see. I still think, though, like I said, that the magic or the supernatural, whatever, the idea of it still gets out from the person who puts these letters, or who puts out these words, writes the letters on the ring. I think that is the most important part. It's not the letters itself are the magic. I think it's the intention of the person who put it on it and his authority, his knowledge, and his abilities that kind of form the magic. This is just my interpretation or thinking of it. You know what I mean? To get into at least when you get into the supernatural realm, and it makes kind of sense. Like if, for example, if we go, it's an interesting example in this regard that Frodo learns, like when they go. Let me just see, where is it? Bridge Khazad-dûm? No, that's too far. Where is it? Fuck on the Barrow Downs, I guess. Then he taught them a rhyme to sing, if they should by ill luck fall into any danger or difficulty by the next day. Ho Tom Bombadil, Tom Bombadillo, by water, wood and hill, by the reed and willow, by fire, sun and moon, hearken now and hear us. Come, Tom Bombadil, for our need is near us. When they had sung this all together after him, he clapped them each on the shoulder with a laugh, and taking candles led them back to their bedroom. And then when Frodo is in great need, Frodo fell forward over Merry, and Merry's face felt cold. All at once back into his mind from which it had disappeared with the first coming of the fog, came the memory of the house down under the hill and of Tom's singing. He remembered the rhyme that Tom had taught them. In a small, desperate voice, he began, Ho Tom Bombadil, and with that name his voice seemed to grow strong. It had a full and lively sound, and the dark chamber echoed as if to drum and trumpet. Ho, Tom Bombadil, by water, wood, and hill, by the reed and willow, by fire, sun, and moon, hearken now and hear us. Come, Tom Bombadil, for our need is near us. There was a sudden, deep silence in which Frodo could hear his heart beating. After a long, slow moment, he heard plain but far away, as if it was coming down through the ground or through thick walls, an answering voice singing. Tom Bombadil is a merry fellow, bright blue is his jacket and his boots are yellow. None has ever caught him yet, for Tom is the master. His songs are stronger songs and his feet are faster. Even the barrow rides had an interesting incantation, which you can also say is also some kind of poem, rhyme, or song in a way. And that is by the barrow rides. After a while, the song became clearer. It even says song here. And with dread in his heart, he perceived that it had changed into an incantation. Cold be hand and heart and bone, and cold be sleep under stone. Never more to wake on stony bed, never till the sun fails and the moon is dead. In the black wind the stars shall die, and still on gold here let them lie, till the dark Lord lifts his hand over dead sea and withered land. So in this supernatural encounter with Tom Bombadil and also the barrow rides, we also have suddenly songs on both sides. It's a very, very interesting thing to observe. The question is, like, if you call for help loud and somebody can hear it, then maybe somebody comes for help. You know what I mean? Words, the spoken word, even in our world, has kind of power. If you think of, I don't know, a judge who speaks a judgment or whatever, that has also a power in our world. It depends, of course, on his authority and so on and so forth, but there are a lot of instances, like our whole communication. If you, I don't know, in your job, if your boss says something, do that, then you most likely do that, because that's what he pays you for, and he's a boss. So yeah, to kind of answer or close the question here, I could definitely imagine that also the written word can kind of put a power onto an object. There are indications for this. Unfortunately, we only have examples of the evil powers that do this, with the case of the Morgul blade, and evil things are written on it. And so on. So there's one ring, of course, as we just saw here. So I could imagine that if the dwarves have the authority, the knowledge, and so on and so forth, the dwarf who creates this, it is possible, and we know that Narvi created, for example, Narsil. We also know the dragon helm of Dor-Lómin, and all these other artifacts of the dwarves that kind of had special properties and so on. So I could imagine that there is some idea behind it that can invoke something kind of supernatural, magical into a thing if you have the authority for it and so on, the knowledge to put it onto your work. Maybe you have to invoke Aule or something like this to create artifacts like these. The possibility is definitely there. But I think it's a very fundamental concept. Tolkien loved writing. He created writing systems. He loved language. He loved the spoken word. He loved the song. So I think I would be surprised if Tolkien would diminish the idea of writing in contrast to the spoken word and so on. So we can definitely make an argument in this direction. And then Amazing Bad Boy asks, of course, also an important question. I can still read it in chat. Do you think, or maybe I just copy it. Can you, in case you're still there, Amazing Bad Boy, what exactly do you mean? Do you think the thing about Durin's awakening was just a mistake on Tolkien's part? What exactly do you mean? Why was a mistake? And Tolkien's, Christopher's part of something Tolkien overlooked? Did he ever offer other timelines for the dwarves? Or do you still refer to the Mirrormere rhyme we got? So there is this rhyme that I think... These are not holes, said Gimli. This is the great realm and city of the Darrow-Delve. And of old it was not darksome. Welcome back, Otaku-senpai. Nice to see you. Hope you had a good one. And nice that we're still there and you're still... And we're still going. That was what I wanted to say. The Darrow, and of old it was not darksome, but full of light and splendor, as it is still remembered in our songs. He rose and standing in the dark, he began to chant in a deep voice, while the echoes ran away into the roof. The world was young, the mountains green, no stain yet on the moon was seen, no words were laid on stream or stone, when Durin woke and walked alone. So no stain yet on the moon was seen. The moon did not exist. Technically, the moon did not exist when Durin awoke, so this is kind of a contradiction in a way, but it's a poem or a song, kind of contradicts. Maybe in Dwarven lore, the idea of sun and moon being created is not that present as in the Elvish lore, and so on and so forth. Who knows? When Durin woke and walked alone, he named the nameless hills and dells and drank from yet untasted wells. He stooped and looked in Mirrormere and saw a crown of stars appear and gems upon a silver thread above the shadow of his head. The world was fair, the mountains tall, in elder days before the fall of mighty kings in Nargos, Rond and Gondolin, who now beyond the western seas have passed away. The world was fair in Durin's day. And continues quite. Let's try to look if there's... Steak, burger, fries, and a beer. Okay, that sounds really good. I'm feeling older though. I couldn't finish the burger. Oh no. Is it Amazing Bad Boy, in case you are still there and listening and have the capabilities of answering? So I think it's a song. What this line here, no stain yet on the moon was seen. Well, the moon, we know that there were always craters on it. When we look up into the sky and see the moon, we know how it looks. But Das Raritan doing folk, beneath the mountains, music woke. Yeah, I would agree on it. It's just to say no stain yet on the moon is like a poetic way of saying a long time ago, when the world was quite different, you know. That's kind of the idea behind. I would not also interpret this line as literally that sun and moon existed. To be fair, though, Tolkien always in his time. What are you eating? Good appetit. Thank you, Birchman. Oh, it's just what do you call it in thing? It's not nothing special. It's not. In German, would call it ein Milchbrötchen. Whatever. Oh, yeah, okay. You mean this amazing paper? Okay, awesome. So I got this right. So yeah, I would not take it too literally. I just it means a time ago that's so long ago that you can't even imagine it. Like it's kind of a poetic way of saying, yeah. It even from the perspective of the ancient time, it's even ancient, more ancient than that. It's ridiculously ancient. To kind of bring this. To be fair, that's what the sentence I started. I think Tolkien thought about moving or removing the idea of the creation of sun and moon, so that sun and moon always existed. I think even in this in his older texts, you have sometimes the idea of night, even though technically there was always night. Don't worry, enjoy professional vibe. Glad you like this, Birchman. Tom Bombadil is one of the most interesting persons in the whole of the universe. Yeah, it really is. It's an enigma. It's an interesting thing. A lot of people kind of have a lot of theories about Tolkien and about Tom Bombadil and what he could mean, what idea behind him. I agree with you. I wish you a good one. Don't worry. Just it's better to have somebody in the English Twitch chat than nobody, I think. So much appreciate that you were there. So I would not call it an inconsistency, but what thing has to be considered is definitely that Tolkien wasn't 100% sure what to do with his timeline, and we even had also the Tale of Adanel, which also has like Morgoth or Melkor in disguise, same as Sauron later. You could argue he imitates this idea by Melkor a bit, even though technically it was written later I think, than the other idea, but I could be wrong there, to be fair. It could be in the same time frame, to be honest. A bit difficult to tell when Sauron went on the fair form disguise idea, when he invented that. But yeah, it is maybe a very unsatisfying answer, but I would not simply see this as like literally in the context of the Tolkien universe from the Silmarillion and Lord of the Rings perspective. So, for example, in The Lord of the Rings, Feanor was the greatest of the Eldar in arts and law, but also the proudest and most self-willed. He wrought the three jewels, the Silmarilli, here's the Elvish plural, often Tolkien writes Silmarils, so the Anglicized plural, but the Quenya plural is Silmarilli. One Silmaril, two Silmarilli, or three. And filled them with the radiance of the two trees, Telperion and Laurelin, that gave light to the land of the Valar. Silmarillion alone preserved the ancient light of the two trees of Valinor before Morgoth poisoned them, but the other two were lost in the end of the First Age. Of these things, the full tale and much else concerning elves and men is told in the Silmarillion. The 60-day week of the Eldar had days dedicated to or named after the stars, the sun, the moon, the two trees, the havens, the Valar, and the powers in that order, the last day being the chief day of the week. Sorry for hammering here my keyboard. No, that are all the references in Lord of the Rings. So it's referenced there that these two trees existed. They were destroyed. The idea of that sun and moon were not created yet doesn't exist, but in this context, we have the narrative that two trees destroyed, last fruit, last flowers, sun and moon are created, and then sun and moon existed. Tolkien wrote on a version, or had the idea, the so-called round world version, which I think we also find in Morgoth's Ring. And Christopher Tolkien has a comment on this, which is interesting. I hope it's right. Yeah, here it is. About the round world version. Not sure if this is which chapter it is. Let me just look it up. This text of a most problematic nature, a manuscript in ink that falls in two parts, which are plainly very closely associated. A discussion which propels the regeneration of the mythology and an abandoned narrative, neither as title or heading. The making of sun and moon must occur long before the coming of the elves and cannot be made to be after the death of the two trees if that occurred in any connection with the sojourn of the Noldor in Valinor. The time allowed is too short. Neither could there be woods or flowers on earth if there had been no light since the overthrow of the lamps. But how can nonetheless the Eldar be called star folk? Since the Eldar are supposed to be wiser and have truer knowledge of the history and nature of earth than men or than wild elves, their legends should have a close relation to knowledge and possessed of at least the form of the solar system, equals Kingdom of Arda, and so on and so forth. So Tolkien wrote this version, which is often referred as round world version. And at the very end of this round world version, Christopher Tolkien comments on this the following sentence. There are features in this in the present text that clearly associated with the commentary on the Athrabes, which is kind of interesting. See notes 2 and 3 Athrabes Finrod Andres. 3 below. Among them, the use of the name Arda to mean the solar system. So it's kind of interesting that here in this text, Arda does mean the solar system, not only the world itself. But while the earth itself is in the commentary named Imbar, it has here the older name Ambar, see note 17. There can be no doubt, I think, that the present text was the earlier of the two. On the other hand, no more finished or complete presentation of the new conceptions at large, the new mythology, is found. And it seems at any rate arguable that while committed in mind to the abandonment of the old myth of the origin of the sun and moon, my father left in abeyance the formulation and expression of the new. It may be, though I have no evidence on the question one way or the other, that he came to perceive from such experimental writing as this text that the old structure was too comprehensive, too interlocked in all its parts, indeed its roots too deep to withstand such a devastating surgery. So that means the surgery of Tolkien to remove the idea that sun and moon were not creations out of the last flower and fruit of the two trees was such a big one, even though Tolkien was maybe committed in mind to do that. It was just, it wouldn't just need to rework so many ideas, concepts and things, because even Tolkien writes it in the text, the elder, the star folk, translated by word, is even the name encompasses this. We have all these beautiful written texts and stories rooted deep in mythology, where the elves awoke lying on their back and they're opening their eyes, and the first thing they see are the stars, and some were closer to the water, and the first thing they hear is the sound of the water. It's like a beautiful creation story, I think, and I personally would think it would be unfortunate if that was lost, because I think it's a really cool and well-written story, mythology, if that makes sense. And now here, in these texts, Tolkien tried to make it more fitting to to our world. It's way too late for some chaotic energy. Good night. Yeah, good night, Birchman. Oh, you mean there's a theory Tom is the evil one? I don't think so. There's a theory that Tom Bombadil is Eru, but Tolkien, even though I can see how people come to this conclusion, and I think it's an interesting theory. But when it comes to theories that Tolkien denied, it's one of the theories Tolkien himself denied in letters. I'm jumping back and forth. Interesting that the new years of the elves began with the spring, while the Longbeards' new year was the end of autumn. That's interesting, yeah. Yeah, that was actually a very big idea. We discussed this a moment ago as well, when we talked about when Melkor Morgoth lost his power to change his form. We discussed the tale of Adanel for a moment and tried to give it a bit of context. It was one of the approaches Tolkien had to kind of move the awakening of men. It was his last stance, by the way, so that is basically the updated version already, that the orc origin is that they were twisted and corrupted men and not elves anymore. So yeah, in Christopher's idea, he sees this as an abandoned project by Tolkien, because other than that, there does not exist much further. There are no ways of changing everything Tolkien wrote to make it fit this way. He had this idea, he experimented a bit, he maybe abandoned it, potentially. Maybe committed in his mind he was to maybe bring in this change. I would think it would be a bit unfortunate, because I like the original story. So with this background information we have here, we have to kind of figure out how to put this in context. That is what I mean with the moon existed always. This text, I'm not sure when he wrote it, to be honest. There was some dating going on, like dating in the sense of when was this written. But it's 50s, 60s stuff usually. So quite a bit later, Lord of the Rings should have been already written at this point. And as a result, I mean, the idea that the moon is still there exists in this poem. You know, and Tolkien had the idea to change this. If there's a connection, I can't tell you. We would have to ask Tolkien, and unfortunately, we can't do this anymore. We can only a bit speculate about when Tolkien developed these ideas. Was this an expression in Lord of the Rings of exactly this idea? Was it just like the line in Lord of the Rings? Come. Mirror, where is it? Here it is. The world was young, the mountains green, no stain yet on the moon was seen. That this was an expression that Tolkien already thought about this. Well, should there be sun and moon always have existed or not? Hard to tell. Really hard to tell, because these other texts, this old mythology as we called it, is, as the name suggests, quite old. So I hope this kind of answers your question. So it's not a mistake. It could be an expression, but we don't know for sure, of this idea Tolkien worked on at some point and had in mind. Maybe was even committed, but did definitely not finish it and was abandoned. So the mythology was kept, and because the other concept was rooted too deep in mythology, what he definitely had more energy for was moving the birth of men far back into the past. The tale of the Athrabes, Andres Afinros, and the following tale of Adanel, especially the tale of Adanel, gives us some indications into this time, because there Melkor could still shapeshift, which he could not do after he destroyed the two trees of Valinor. We learned this from this other text. If we at least would put this into context, that this statement is still true at this time, and so on. So kind of interesting. Yeah, the Song of Durin is older than 1954 for sure, and the text we just read is definitely 50s, 60s, something like that, I think. I couldn't find a date there, and sometimes difficult to find that without working through the whole book, the other chapters. Tolkien completed The Lord of the Rings round about the 1950, 1949. He was kind of done with the story. So I assume that this poem existed in the 40s already. Considering that the other text is almost from 1960, or let's say 58, 59, 61, I don't know exactly. Unfortunately, I don't know the date when the other text was written. Then we can definitely assume that there are up to 20 years in between, so that's maybe a bit much. That this idea existed. We don't know it for sure, you know. Maybe Tolkien always thought, well, it would be cool if Sun and Moon always existed, if we maybe move a bit away from the mythology stuff. The idea that I think the idea that, for example, orcs were not made out of subterranean heat and slime and so on also came quite a bit later, I think. The idea that elves were the origin of orcs, I think, is from the time when he wrote Lord of the Rings, actually. So this also changed a lot. And then he had the idea for men in the 50s, I think. Exactly. That is by the way also part of this round world version. That Sun and Moon were earlier created and that Arda was always a sphere. That's why it's called the round world version. I think it should be part of these two texts. Would have to double check. Maybe it's a text before that. No, it's actually earlier. The round world version is its own thing in the book. That was how it was structured. Sorry, my mistake. There is a round world version of the Aino Lindale. But yeah, I have to agree that these changes would have diminished the Legendarium. Yeah, for sure. I think so too. I think it's in a poetic way more beautiful the way Tolkien wrote it, even though it's not how we know the universe was created. But still, I think Tolkien still wrote a fictional story, wrote mythology in a way, or tried to write fiction in combination with mythology, and Tolkien was really good at this. I think in a good mythology also you need a beautiful or an interesting, poetic, however, scientific, yeah, exactly, scientifically accurate is the word I was searching. Thank you. And I know how the science is, you know. If I want to read a more scientific, correct approach, I read a science fiction book, you know. They can also have stuff that's not scientifically accurate, to be fair. But there are definitely some science fiction works that are scientifically more accurate. And in this regard, it's like something different in this regard. And both things have their place, and I personally, and there might be people who see this different, which is completely fine, but I personally really enjoy the mythologic aspect of Tolkien's writings. That's also why I like the idea that when Sun and Moon created it starts a new era, and this era is also basically underlined, you could even say, by the fact that men now appear. I think that's kind of very fitting thing, even though it's very, yeah. mythological is the word I was looking for. What was the adjective of mythology? Next read from Free League is Ends of the Wild Wizard. 6 adventures created centered around Saruman. Oh, that sounds cool for the One Ring tabletop RPG, right? Or am I confusing this? Yeah, it's those guys, right? So yeah, very cool question. I think it's a complex question when we could dive a bit into some of the weird side ideas of this and implications. That makes sense. So chat, it is almost 3 o'clock for me. It's late. I started very late today. And since we don't have a billion questions today, which is mostly my fault because I scheduled the stream wrong. Again, sorry for that. I scheduled it at 20, like an hour earlier than I wanted to start the stream. Should have started it an hour later. It would have fitted better into my schedules. But yeah, sorry to keep you wait. Sometimes it happens. You know, my time management is one of the worst on this planet, so I'm sorry. Always. We also released a new Cyberpunk video with a mod showcase that came out today. So if you are also into video games and like Cyberpunk 2077 and are interested in what cool modding stuff exists for that game, check out that video. Would be much appreciated as well. And if you're not interested in this, then don't check it out. You know, it's just for people who might be curious what's going on there in that game that I've worked on for some time. I think the next thing I will be working on is the next part of Who's Elrond, because I did now a lot of gaming related videos on the channel. I still have enough material for a second mod showcase though, so I might put this in between or something as well. For the One Ring, the 5th edition version, Trials of Saruman. Also for pre-order is Hobbit Tales using material from the original starter set. Oh, it's interesting. Unfortunately, I don't have currently the ability to play tabletop RPGs. We never managed to, with friends, to find time for it. Everybody's so busy, me included. And all my friends are big enough into Lord of the Rings. But yeah, chat, I hope... I mean, there might be some questions I overlooked. I'm sorry for that, if that is the case. I think there was a very early question at the beginning. Maybe somebody remembers? Otaku Senpai was there. Mario asked, for example, has anyone else noticed that on the Return of the King movie version, the actor of the King of the Dead speaks somehow not that clear? No, I've not noticed that. We have to look into this when we do the watch party, I think. But he's like kind of dead, so maybe I don't know. Remember what now? There was Max, I think was the name. Wasn't there a very early question here in chat about favorite character or something like this? Do you remember that? Unfortunately I can't see it anymore. In my chat history, it's already too far up. My stream was lagging, but you could fix it by having a time delay between creation of Sun and Moon Inferno. This host a few hundred years could give more of us time. Yeah, for sure. To contact the Easterlings and the Dwarf Awakening might happen here too. When was the Dwarf's Awakening in current published lore? I don't think that there's an exact date for it. And it depends a bit on how you read this, but let's say Years of the Trees, 1050 is when the elves awoke. The firstborn elves awake. We see in the wiki if there's like a timeline hint for it. I think there's no exact date, but it must be after the year Years of the Trees 1050. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, it was a question. Do you remember what the question was, just for completeness sake? Do dwarf spirits stay in the halls of Mandos like elves? It seems like it. I can't remember exactly where it is stated in which text, but it seems like the dwarves, like they stay in the halls of Mandos until Aule brings them out again to rebuild or to build the new world or help building the new world. That's kind of what we know, and it seems like they are separated from the others in some way. That is what I remember. The problem is I can't give you text evidence right now, Amazing Bad Boy, because I don't remember exactly where this was stated. And now searching for it would potentially take quite some time. But it seems like in the halls of Mandos there's a lot of space, and it seems there are different areas, so to say. And some areas are the elves and some are the dwarves. For example, Luthien can't interact with, it seems at least does not have a way to interact with a Beren, and that is why she asked that they are revived. I think Max asked about your favorite character. I would say side character, definitely Elrond and Círdan and so on. Like those quite a bit. Elrond is definitely one of my favorites. From the main characters, I really like, of course, Aragorn. I also like Bilbo and Frodo and so on. It's pretty tough to tell, but I find Aragorn a quite interesting and intriguing character always. I'm not sure why. to come back. Thank you also for remembering. And where would you like to live or visit Middle-earth? That's a good one. I think the best life in Middle-earth is maybe really in the Shire, because they are anachronistic in many ways. So far more modern than other places like Edoras, or let's say Rohan in general. I could imagine also Minas Tirith being kind of cool. I'm more like a city dude, so maybe Minas Tirith would be my gem. Maybe Numenor before it goes under. Definitely those are all places I would like to visit, so that's cool, I think. Norris, yeah, I remember that reference to dwarves hanging around till after the battle now. Thanks. Yo, no problem. So, I'm not sure what... I think you also discussed places you would like to live or visit. I think this question comes up quite a few times. So sorry, Max, for answering a question here at the very end of the stream after almost 4 hours. For you, 5 hours, actually, because you were there. I've scheduled the stream wrong. Sorry again. But yeah, I don't... Is there another interesting place? I mean, visiting Tom Bombadil would be pretty cool, I guess. Except you get eaten by the tree. Maybe not so much, but... Or almost eaten by the tree again. I also would like to see, I don't know, Erebor in its glory, or Moria to the time of its glory. That would be also pretty cool, I think. For places to visit and see. I don't mean Moria or Khazad-dûm, I should say. Though that is also a complicated topic with the names. Though I think Khazad or Moria, when it is abandoned, is like a terrifying place. Rivendell, yeah, also Rivendell is a place I would love to visit or potentially live. That's maybe also a good thing to live at. I would like to live in Rivendell with maybe a summer home in the Shire. Yeah. Would definitely want to visit Minas Tirith, Dale, and Lake Town. Yeah, that's also interesting places to definitely, at least for visiting. I mean, there are not that many. I would not like to visit Mordor or Minas Morgul or the Spider Cleft, to be honest. But other than that, there are a lot of cool places. Like Pelargir would also be cool to see. Like I like havens and haven cities and so on. That's pretty nice. So Pelargir could be pretty cool. Umbar could be also interesting. If we go to the more exotic places in the world. I do wonder about the criminal underbelly of Lake Town. Maybe that's the Dungeons and Dragons rogue in me. Yeah, maybe. So, Chatterino, we have to slowly come to an end, I think. I think it was a good for our stream again. And it feels like we answered like 5 questions or something. So it was maybe a bit intensive when it comes to the lore discussion here. But I guess that's kind of part of the charm of the stream as well. So I hope you enjoyed your time here. If so, feel free to press the like button, you know, all these kind of things. Leave a comment. Check my other videos on the channel. If you want to support me, they're all... Thank you for the like. There are all kinds of ways to do that by pressing the like button, for example, commenting, watching my stuff, and so on. That also already helps. But also, yeah, huge shout outs to all the supporters, memberships, and the people on Patreon, the people with Twitch subs and Prime Twitch subs and whatnot. People who have given here super thanks and all the other things. Also, people who tipped and so on. Much appreciated. Links are all in the description if you're interested in any of that stuff. Links to the artists, huge shoutouts to all the artists, of course, as always. For allowing me to use their fantastic artworks. If there are no further questions, we slowly wrap it up. The raffle over the start time yeah, potentially it did, but yeah, the stream is still there. It will be available as a VOD. It won't be the last stream. I wanted to do the stream earlier, but somehow I know where the time just went. Like for my mind, it's just the start of November, and here we are again. What I can definitely say, though, or should say, is one specific detail is that we have to watch the Lord of the Rings films and the Hobbit films and maybe War of the Rohirrim. I'm not sure, chat, if you want. Let me know in the comments or make a community post maybe tomorrow or something. Because if you want to watch everything, like we want to have these watch parties where we watch all these films together, it's a bit of time consuming. We have to do one every week or something till Christmas. That's kind of the idea. With that said, we have to start then this weekend if we want to do this. Problem is my weekends are also a bit busy in the next couple of days, so finding a good time frame is a bit difficult for me. Let us know how we would explain Celeburn's absence in Rings of Power. I've no idea. Okay, my Twitch disconnected again. That's a bit unfortunate. Chat still works, but I hope YouTube is still there. Good night, Chris, and thanks. Okay, we're reconnected. Twitch, I think, should be back. I'm not sure. Like, it's really wild. I often get disconnected from Twitch. I can't tell you why. Okay, now I get like a consistent thing. I have to restart my OBS or something. It's something can't be on Twitch. Be strange. Yeah, the problem is, Rings of Power is always a difficult topic, I think. So, the thing I was still doing, in case people wondered, of course, the credits. Quite a few people on the list by now, which is pretty awesome. So, thank you for your outstanding support over all this years and all this time. There might be somebody missing on the list. If that is the case, sorry for that. But yeah, thank you so much. Much appreciated. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day or good evening, whatever time zone you are currently in. When it comes to Rings of Power. Oh, Rico, nice to see you as well. Wish you also a good night. Hey, Voldrella, also, I wish you also a fantastic rest of the day or night. It's always difficult to you know, see what time zones people are in. There's so many in my audience, like from New Zealand to the East Coast. Okay, I get an interesting message on Twitch. But yeah, no, I get it. Whatever. So yeah, thank you for all the support. Much appreciated. I think, like I said, the next lore video I slowly start working. I think the next couple of days on the potentially last part of Who is Elrond. Not sure if it is really the last part. I hope it is, because I want to complete this thing. Not sure which video I might export or bring over to the other channel, to the to TPH Lore, as the channel is now called, the new channel. We slowly move towards to. We have to try to get a re-upload every week there, roundabout. And we definitely burn through quite a few videos I've chosen for that. And it's doing okay-ish, I have to admit, considering that it's a completely new channel, but still could need some more subscribers. We need to reach the 1K, I think. But I think other than that, it should be everything. So, people, thank you again so much for your support. There will be a watch party maybe this weekend for either War of the Rohirrim or for the first Hobbit film. I think I make a poll. The reason is why I might exclude War of the Rohirrim, even though I said we would watch it. We can watch it maybe later, but it's simply because the next weeks I have so many things in my calendar that finding time for like an extra watch party stream, like already getting these 6 watch party streams going is quite a time consuming, as you can imagine. I would also like to have a lore Q&A stream here and there as well. So in this regard, it's a bit difficult to schedule, let's put it that way. But yeah, again, thank you people for watching. I just run through an ad or two at the end, and see you next time. Goodbye.